Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. It's Monday, October 6th, 2023 if you want to know. Today we are continuing with the emotional roller coaster from Friday, the Stormblood MSQ. In fact, it's really going up, and I can't wait to continue with the story because it's getting really good. Unable to teleport. What, I have to stand up? Okay, I will stand up. So without any further ado, let's see what will happen with $4. Will I be able to take this? Yes. Okay. The Alamigan Quarter.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope you were still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
Everybody is teasing the poor Alphino.
But I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Aww. Nice.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Aww. I think it's about time I headed back to Ralger's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alice will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you have no objections. I'd welcome the company. Unskilled, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Okay, whatever. Speak with Liz at Ninralger's Reach. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Tancred and Installa when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kalyana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day, but someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the brood mother's doing, and whoever replaced her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kalyana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army, out of interest? We are to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the resistance newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralger's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the resistance spokesman at the time and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but the time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. I do give thanks to the Kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. Ah, Goseto! But their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Jetsam? Jetsam? Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. Ah! These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Bah, it's like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive and I must return to my master's side. Come to you. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Zenus put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives. Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Aorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Unskilled, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Science. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm has done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made. And we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Ralgar's Reach. Lys will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her the rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration. And I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's Shanti's daughter, you know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordola. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. If it may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Unskilled, there you are. Alfino, Alice, is everything alright? We've received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that she didn't say, only that we should come to Kugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alice is determined to make it a party of 3. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I have quite given up trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust. Huh. I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Liz. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of even tangential concern to Al Amigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu. I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof,
I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
I will find Gosetsu together.
Thank you. If Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garleans' movements, and more besides.
The informant awaits your pleasure in the back streets of Sanju Hanamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, we know Kugain as intimately. A few know Kugain as intimately as he. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing us with a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado then, let us seek out this informant in Sanju Hanamachi. This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes. It has been a while, my friends. Yes, a long while indeed. Oh no. I knew it. Yodo. Any funny business and you know what will happen, I trust? No funny business. Only loyal service and the finest quality information. Of course, such quality does not come cheap. No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I've half a mind to call Lise. No, Lise, I beg you, no boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsuyu. High and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And have you decisive information? Were the two individuals cited here indeed Gusetsu and Yotsuyu? Alas, see them with my own eyes. I did not, but the Imperials are confident. Yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here is something they do not know, a rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rogadin samurai appeared on Kogane Dori with the beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. It was no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shufuku Shichiten. Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I think he'd lend you money. He will help you, I'm certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure, but is it wise to let the Namazu out of our sight? What choice do we have? No other choice but this, and a fine choice it is. Though I am adept at gathering information, it is so much more efficient to share the work. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up, and so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Yes, but yes. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alice has her task well in hand. Shall we seek our pawnbroker? Bathroom break. Be right back. You have learned the emote greeting, okay? Everything in order? Let us proceed to Kugane Dori and find the master of Shufuku Shichiten. We might have had customers like those you describe. So many people come through, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase? No? Well, you can't blame a woman for trying, hehe. A Roigadin samurai? A Roigadin samurai and a maiden? Never see him. Now if you don't have any business with me, make way for someone who does. Welcome, good sir, welcome. We will be buying or... Ah, so you have heard tell of the Roigadin samurai's katana. Small wonder. It is a fine example of its kind. One moment. There, I hope you have found our pawnbroker. Excellent work, unskilled. And that is the katana? There can be no doubt, it is Gusetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof that of Gusetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay, of course. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gusetsu is alive and well. Yugiri, wait, the science will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. Master Alfino, your kindness is touching, truly, yet in matters of coin, would Mistress Tataru not expect to be consulted? Come now, our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great. And are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I am sure Tataru will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum, and his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Yumineko tea house, and thither did they set off. clamoring for Dango. Can these truly be the same people? Makes no sense. Some manner of code perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up the trail. But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scoffing down Dango as if her life depend on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it. I guess that it's probably jumping from there, or because it's the closest building to this lamp. Hello, Emily, how are you? Everything fine? I just started looking for Gusetsu and Yotsuyu. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokaze hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. You've been watching while you get ready. and you didn't write anything? Ah, sneaky. So Gusetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu. Is this... I'm curious about this... Dress up Rauban. Yeah. I wonder if you can eat this. Duration can be extended to 60 minutes by consuming multiple servings. This is something to eat, right? Green tea set. Consumable. Okay. I can, okay. I'll keep it for a dungeon or... So I have persimmon pudding and jellied compote for you. So when we play together, I'll give them to you. But the green tea set is for me, sorry. I'm not parting with the green tea set. I love green tea. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, Alice will already have joined Master Soroban and Mistress Tataru there. Excellent timing, my friend. Mistress Alice arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Gyodo met with an Imperial officer and whittled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperial's base here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they'd picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross the mainland. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana? At the asking price? Tataru is like my wife. Well, we were in some haste and it seems a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here is the contract for sale. Pray see that the man is paid. That's Baird. You agree to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. Poor Tataru. But Alfino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. First, let us go to the Ruby Prize. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. Poor Alfino. Tataru will gouge out one of his eyes, probably. An instance. Tataru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist? Oh, Alfino, you don't know the half of it. I'm sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. Ah, but I digress. We have work to do. My money are on Tataru. She will eat him alive.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries. What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless...
Unless Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing. Yeah!
Come.
Oh, Alfilo. Let's go.
An opening. You're very lucky. Leave this to me.
Yeah, he's such a dork. Oh, come on! Select an enemy, you stupid controller!
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
The badasses are here.
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan, eliminate hostiles! All forces, attack!
the art of my forebears.
Okay.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
I'll be right back.
тук е от Турция. Да купуваме.
Да. Нико. 25. Това от Турция, arkadaş.
От Чилека.
Супер. Левите си правят хубави неща. Техните им много по-разумни.
Kosetsu, thanks the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
Ah! As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for you to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right. Gosetsu, thank the gods you are safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. And it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as unskilled as anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me, we need to talk about her. Greetings. They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine, but I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you, not for a moment. These people are strange. Are you sure they are your friends? I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear. Alright, if you say so. Right, this past the time we set sail. I for one would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget the Red Kojin bear no love for Yotsuyu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores near Isari, but out of the villager's sight. Here is where we part ways, my friends. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully, unskilled. When you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. Oh, come along, Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Soroban's, you will give it a fair hearing, I trust? He has been good to us after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. And we have something, an auspicious encounter. You would know more of my venture. Excellent. I should be glad to tell you all I know. Though perhaps it would be easier to let our anonymous client speak for his or herself. Here, their missive. For the Ruby Sea and all who call her home, we seek the aid of the warrior who laid low the Lord of the Revel. But first we bid him make haste to Hell's Lid and quell the Oni that dwell in its deepest depths. Should we succeed in this test, we shall speak of the true endeavor and consummate reward. A strange proposal, aye, though it must be noted that they knew both of your deeds and our part in them. The Red have no love of trickery, so I doubt it a trap of theirs. And should this client have honest intentions, then for the sake of these waters it may behoove us to engage them further. As for their test, enclosed with the missive was a magic dagger, along with instructions as to how it may be used to open a hidden passage into the depths of Hell's Lid. I should mention that this dagger is an old and exceedingly valuable, that our client was willing to entrust it to us without guarantee of our cooperation bespeaks considerable wealth, and more importantly, considerable reward. As you are willing to undertake their trial, I shall journey to Hell's Lead and prepare to open the path. But given the financial incentive, I think it for the best if I went and fetched Mistress Totaro. Wait for us there, then. Hope you haven't been waiting long, Unskilled. My apologies for the delay. I thought it best to explain everything to Mistress Totaro on the way. Honestly, all he had to say was that he'd found a way to make up for Alphinaud's obscene expenditures. No matter how reckless or dangerous the scheme, if it balances the ledger, I'm all for it. So there's a bunch of monsters living beneath us. What kind of place is this? Well, according to ancient legend, Hell's Lead is where the hero Tenzen defeated the host of Oni. Oni were foul, evil beings that tormented the peoples of the Ruby Sea, and this island was home to many until Tenzen, together with the four lords, drove the Oni into the sea. For his heroic deeds, Tenzen was showered with riches. He then journeyed deep into the mountains, far from the realms of man, and lived in solitude with his companions happily ever after. Yes, I'm doing the four lords stuff. And now Unskilled's been asked to drive the Oni away again? You misunderstand. What I told you was a fairy tale. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever seen an Oni. If anything, many assume the tale refers to ancestors of the Kojin. So what you're saying is that you've got no idea that what's waiting for us down below? In that case, I'll leave this to the experts. If you need me, I'll be hiding behind the rock, behind that rock over there. By experts, I presume she means you and your adventuring companions. I do hope you were not counting on me to join you in the fight. Yeah, she is. Oh my god, enter Hell's Lead. Is it a dungeon? Ah, yes, it is. Let's go! Let's go, follow me. Hellish Lion. Oh my god, it's the master from the Kung Fu Panda. GG, motherfuckers. Okay. Perhaps we should turn him right side up. Oh ho ho! A marvelous performance, truly marvelous. But then you did best the Lord of Rebel. By the Kami, a talking turtle. I don't even know where to begin with that one. I trust you will forgive me for my deception. It's something of a Far Eastern tradition, the testing of strength and so forth. A bit rote, perhaps, but anyway, welcome to Raizen Temple. I am Genbu, guardian of the sacred place and leader of our little collective. Genbu, the selfsame Genbu of the Tale of Tenzin, one of the four lords. Under normal circumstances, I would assume you named for the legendary being, but clearly this is anything but normal. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would meet a talking turtle. Oh, but everyone of us here can speak your tongue. Is it truly so surprising? After all, we each have lived more than 1,000 years. I knew turtles were long-lived, but I had no idea that was even possible. In this wondrous land of ours, it is said that a beast which lives 1,000 years attains a measure of divinity. This temple is a place where such auspices may gather. But take not my word for it. Speak with my comrades and learn their tales. We will talk of the endeavor after. Why the fat cat and the dog you gave me as a present are here? Cringy. We may as well do what he says. Besides, who knows what valuable secrets some 1,000-year-old animals may know. More cringy. Kuda Gitsune. A friend of mine, Tamaru Gozen, once called this place home, possessed of 9 tails. Her power far eclipsed my own. See, I'm already starting to sleep. Just from the first sentence. But one day, she left to live amongst men. What became of her, I wonder. I believe you told me that I should do 4 lords. And you'll just never get your dog mounts. Dog mounts, schmounts. Big deal. Okay, that hurt. You didn't have to give it everything you had in that fight, you know. I only just went through the change. So it's not like I was gonna slow you down that much. Well, I suppose you didn't know it was all for show, and I was probably really intimidating. Alright, you were asking about the collective, weren't you? Let's see, Genbu, the oldest of us, oldest in the Far East too, I think. One of the 4 lords. So, as you can imagine, he's much more powerful than regular all auspices like me. Ah, but you probably knew all that already. Cringy, mingy, pretty fairy princess. Judging from the way you and that woman are gulping, I'm guessing you're not from around here. Don't know how it is in your homeland, but here, if an animal manages to survive 100 years, it begins to get ideas, delusions of grandeur. Some small power, sure, but nothing much to speak of. Survive 10 times that and you become a full-fledged hospice, though. Speech, magics, it's quite the change, believe me, which is why we call it the change. What? I never said it was something clever. Anyway, point is, don't let your appearances fool you. I could kill you 5 times before you hit the ground, but I won't on account of me being civil, for now. I'd like to see you try. Now that you have a greater understanding of who we are, I shall tell you of the rather thorny predicament we now face. The divinity of we auspices manifests in myriad ways. For example, I possess clairvoyance, and with my preternatural power, have I seen a vision of the Ruby Sea, of Yangtze, and of Hingashi, subsumed by roaring flames. This is no distant future, I fear, and if we are to avert it, we must needs enlist the assistance of an exemplary warrior, one which, as he who faced the Lord of the Rebel and lived. What should we do? What should we do? Fear not, little one, for I have a plan. But to understand it, you must first understand the duality which lies in the heart of we auspices. The Aramitama, the primal rage, and the Nigimitama, the boundless calm. These elemental forces comprise the soul of an auspice, and it is only when they are in balance that we are truly ourselves. Alas, over great spans of time, or when caught in the midst of tumultuous events, this balance may be disrupted and the soul may be divided. An auspice overcome by the Aramitama is a wild, feral thing, all the more dangerous for their divinity. Calamity and catastrophe invariably follow, tremors and floods which destroy man's works. Auspices can bring about these natural disasters. How frightening. Perhaps, but you must remember that there are auspices who delight in aiding the people of these lands, auspices who may have even wreaked havoc in the past. Recall you the tale of Tenzin and the Four Lords. The one Soroban told us before, about the samurai and the auspices who drove the Oni from this island into the sea? Just so, yet I fear his accounting of events is not quite accurate, for it was not only we and Tenzin cast out from this place, but an auspice. An auspice with the power to move heaven and earth, Koryu. Wholly consumed by the Aramitama, he stoked the flames in this island's heart until it very nearly erupted in fiery maelstrom. Tenzin led us in battle against our mad brother, and together we sealed him in this temple. But as the truth of the tales fades from memory, so too do our words weaken, I fear. Should Koryu break free, he may well finish what he began and ensure my vision of flames comes to pass. So, long story short, you want unskilled to give this Koryu what for when he wakes up? I should think not. His accomplishments notwithstanding, It would be foolish for any mortal to face Koryu without proper assistance, with that of the Four Lords. Regrettably, I am not the young auspice I once was, and to make matters worse, my three compeers have nearly succumbed to the Aramitama. Kami forfend, 3 of the 4 lords have gone mad, the Ruby Sea is doomed. Nearly succumbed, nearly. Alas, in marshalling their strength to retain control, they are unable to commit their powers to the preservation of the wards holding Koryu in his prison. And now that you have a full and complete understanding of the situation, we may at last discuss your part in all this, warrior. I would have you and your comrades face mine in battle and quell their raging Aramitama. What say you? Very well, if this is the only way. Yeah, let's get this over with. This cringy story. Oh ho ho. You are an intriguing one, aren't you? We are grateful for your assistance. Let us brook no further delay and introduce you to another of the 4 lords. I informed Byako of your arrival when you first entered our domain. He should be returning any moment now. Come, come. Old friend, the day of reckoning draws nigh. The wars will fail and Koryu will break free. Before he does, you must quell the raging Aramitama in your soul. This warrior will help. Doubt not his strength, for he has danced with Susanoo in it himself. A bold, audacious claim, yet if Genbu believes it true, the more I look at you, the more of him I see. A similar presence, perchance. It's probably the hair. A light. Very well. I will bow to my brother's judgment. Wonderful. Then without further ado, I shall bid my comrade relax and surrender to the Aramitama. What? Here? Now? Won't he go on a murderous rampage? Why yes, that's the point. He will be reduced to the feral beast. And then it will be Unskilled, was it? Unskilled's turn to do battle with my brother and help him quell the fury within. But if all it takes to quell the Aramitama is battle, then why did you not do the same for Koryu? Why seal him away? Because it was too late. As I said, Koryu was wholly consumed by the Aramitama. Naught remained of the Nigimitama. All that he was forever lost to us. The effort I expend to hold back the fury I will instead use to safeguard the calm. It is then you must act. But know that if you fail, it will only hasten my fall. My soul is in your keeping, Unskilled. Do you understand? Then let us quit this place. Genbu may not mind the chaos, but if I am to wager my everything, I prefer to do so in the land of my birth, to look on those familiar wilds with eyes that may soon belong to another. When you return to the island, look for Fury. He will guide you back here. Given the circumstances, perhaps it is best that we stay here. Would that be acceptable? Oh ho ho, Soroban, was it? Be at ease. I have a task for you and your excitable urchin. Follow me. Did that tiny talking turtle just insulted me? Yes, he called you Turchin. Urchin. Be right back. And then when I get back, I will tell you a story, Emily, about my wife. Okay, I'm back. Thank you. So yesterday, my wife didn't feel very well, and I decided to offer her to watch Hunger Games. We got all of the series in HBO, and she agreed, and she watched them all, and her final judgment was that this movie should be banned because it incites violence. And also she insulted my lovely Jennifer Lawrence and said, no, she said that Jennifer Lawrence is blunt, and she doesn't know why do I like her. I was so hurt. We are here. My earliest memories are not pleasant. From birth I was shunned by man and beast alike, for my snow-white fur marked me as a harbinger of doom. Cast out and hunted, I struggled to survive. I think there was a scandal with her as well about her naked photos or something leaked in the internet. But I endured. You know, I haven't seen these nudes, by the way. I grew older and wiser, and one day I resolved to protect this place and those that call it home. For in spite of everything, it was mine as well. Yeah. In time they came to see me as a guardian instead of a demon, and yet for all I have done to rise above the beast within, I may fall to madness and become the sum of their fears. Or don't do nudes at all. Have faith, you will not fall. Such confidence from one so young, but as age in of itself does not confer wisdom, nor does youth go hand in hand with hubris. I warn you, for centuries has my Aramitama grown and festered. Hold nothing back, for I will not. Warrior, the time has come for you and yours to make ready. May the Kami grant you strength to save my soul. Okay, now another dungeon, probably. Jade's Store. Uh-huh. It's a trial, okay. I love Jennifer. Nothing can persuade me that and take away my love for her. I especially loved her in Passengers. I think that this movie is great, and I think that and I think that it is great. Yeah, it is great because of her. Not the Chris Pratt. I think Chris Pratt is blunt. You can call him blunt. But Jennifer plays so well in this movie, and it is such a good movie. She's a fine actress. Kentucky Proud, yeah. Does she still live in Kentucky? I mean, does she have a place there, a house? I see. Today was really cold here in Sofia. For the first time. Oh, 12 degrees Celsius. Ooh, it's even colder in Kentucky. Yeah, for the first time in a long period, I feel fine. I love cold. Let's go.
It begins. Receive of me my fury, children of man, and quell it! There is no turning back!
Oh, come on, stay in one place.
Trembles before my might. Behold, Fury given form.
Like it resembles Power Rangers.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
Oh god. Oh god. We have to avoid these? This is actually pretty cool. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Well, I shall bring all to bear. Lightning Shift! Steel yourself! You're mine!
Bombo Genesis. Oh my god. Oh. You are indeed a warrior, they say, not unlike him in many respects. was in another era that we first met, him and I, long, long before the kingdom of Doma. I told you before of my past, of how I was shunned by man and beast alike for the snow-white fur that marked me as a harbinger of doom. Bereft of family and friendship, of home, I wandered the mountains in search of a place to call my own. There I would accept my fate and await the inevitable. But death did not come, for I was unlike my brothers in more respects than my fur. With every century I grew stronger and stranger, monstrous. In turn, what few creatures dared traverse my domain withdrew further and further. Never had I been so alone. And then one day I awoke to find a man standing before me. Bewildered, I rose and bared my fangs as I roared in rage. Begone, or I shall rend you asunder and feast on your flesh. What fool has the temerity to approach me thus? But the man did not flee. Rather, he stood his ground and said, "This fool is named Tenzin, and ever since he was a child he spoke the language of beasts." Then you know full well what you stand to lose. Return to your people or die. But Tenzin threw back his head and laughed. They would kill me if I dared. For fear of my talents, I was banished. A harbinger of doom, they called me. In that instant, all my anger drained away. Tenzin's words had struck at the heart of me. Here was a fellow outcast, cursed by his kin for his very nature. That night, as I listened to his snoring, I realized I had found in this man a kindred spirit. Soon after we embarked on a journey together. In the days that followed, we met other solitary souls and aided them as we had aided each other. But those are tales for another time. I doubt very much you are willing to stand here in silence while I recount my every adventure with Tenzin. Come, let us return to the temple. Genbu is doubtless eager to learn the outcome of our battle. Oh, for Christ's sake! I'm underwater. Okay. Okay. Oh yes, I have to go to Ralger's Reach because my white mage is in antiquated and he has to be in and still in Shire. Yeah. It's time for Skaven. I almost forgot. Okay. Okay, what did you say? Kugane? And then use the Aetherite to go to Ruby Bazaar or Ruby Price. Yeah. Yeah. Aha, Fury. No need to explain. Genbus told me all about you and the thrashing you gave him and the others. Need me to escort you back to the temple? Yes. Once again, Emily knows it all. Well done, Unskilled. Well done. You have done... Oh, I should change. I should change. Sorry. Sorry, I will change in a bit. What exactly did you ask Soroban to do? Oh, you needn't to be so concerned. How much longer must I continue? Concentrate, less chatting, more chanting. What youthful energy. It has been far too long since we had the pleasure of such company. Not since Tenzin, I imagine. I've been meaning to ask, what sort of man was Tenzin? We only just learned the stories and you've already said that they were half wrong. Curious, are you? Very good, very good. Far too many people have no interest in the past. Me too. What to say? What to say? Well, for one, Tenzin was blessed with the self-same power Unskill possesses. The Echo, I believe it is sometimes called. Alas, as you probably know from personal experience, such individuals are often regarded with suspicion, if not outright fear. Nevertheless, Tenzin was a generous soul who was never eager to aid his fellow man. Indeed, he died as he lived, fighting for the sake of those he loved. You see, when he faced Koryu, the four lords were still quite young and weak, not even auspices, in truth, and we could but look on helplessly as the two dragged one another to the brink of death. With the last of his strength, Tenzin imprisoned the mortally wounded Koryu. He then bequeathed to us a sacred treasure, a crystal which shone with an otherworldly light. Oft have I wondered if this crystal was the source of the powers we would grow to possess. Would we have become the four lords without it? In my heart, I think not. We built this temple to strengthen the wards and safeguard the Ruby Sea in Tenzin's stead. His legacy would be ours, and so it has been to this day. And so it will continue to be, but only if we can rely upon you to quell the Aramitama of our comrades. That can wait though. Byako needs his rest, and so do you, Unskilled. Yeah, and I need to change into a Dark Knight. In that case, I'd probably be for the best if I went back to Kugane. There's no telling what mischief that man will get up in my absence. I too should take my leave. Doubtless I am needed in Tamamizu. Oh ho ho, you are not going anywhere. Your training is far from finished, my friend. But I can't possibly refuse the request of the four lords, can I? I hate to impose upon you, Unskilled, but perhaps you can go to Tamamizu in my stead. It may be some time before I am permitted to return home. Speak with Bunchin in Tamamizu, okay? So Soroban will be staying with Genbu for a time? How wonderful to hear. I have no doubt he will make the most of his most blessed opportunity. Oh, I have another missive for you. It was delivered personally by an unusual cat, an auspice, I presume. You are welcome to come and go from the temple as you like. Fury will remain at this post above ground. You need only seek him out. I should be glad if you take him up on his invitation and look in on Soroban every now and then. After all, he is in essence our representative here. There. A pleasure as ever to see you, my friend. Would that I could say the same for Soroban. He has yet to return from Tamamizu, so I can only assume he is still busy undergoing Genbu's rigorous training. Hello? Hello, Unskilled? Is my link pearl working? So unreliable, these little things. I'm going to pay a visit to Raizen Temple to see Soroban. Give him a treat to keep his spirits up. If you are available, you should come too. I hope you haven't forgotten how to get there, but in case you have, look for the cute animal trying not to look like a guard on duty in the middle of the volcanic island. I was of course not privy to your conversation just now, but on the off chance you are bound to for Raizen Temple, give Soroban and Genbu my regards. Again in Kugane? Probably. Oh, well met, brave adventurer. You are come alone this day? What of the urchin girl? I recall nipping at your heels. That's Tataru. Tataru. And I'll thank you for not forget it, or else you'll get no takoyaki from me. Oh my, that would be most unfortunate. My sincerest apologies. I shall endeavor to remember little urchin Tataru. Of course, your name will not soon forget. I will not soon forget, for you saved my dear friend Byako from descending into madness. It is good that you are here, Unskilled. Soroban has made great strides in his training, it is true, but I believe we need consider more drastic methods. Though he is not without potential, Soroban, as he is, simply lacks divinity. Should we carry on as we are, he may not be ready when we have need of his strength. As with Byako before, there will come a time when we must confront Seiryu and Suzaku and quell the raging Karamitama within them. Accordingly, we must use every means at our disposal, no matter how dangerous, to ensure we are prepared. No matter how dangerous? What exactly did you have in mind? Oh, there is no need for fearful trembling or withdrawing into one's shell. All I would have you do is open a box. Oh, is that all? Well, I've opened my fair share of boxes. But know that it is no ordinary box you must open. It is a Tamate Bako of geomancy, a sacred vessel, which harbors the very power of time itself. and yet you say there is no need for fearful trembling? This box sounds terribly dangerous. To what end would you have me open it? That you may bathe in its temporal magics and age 1,000 years in an instant, that you may undergo the change and become an auspice, albeit until the magics dissipate. You would have me become an auspice like the four lords? Hold on, unskilled. Didn't you come across one of these Tamate Baku in Shisul of the Violet Tides? You did, didn't you? One moment. I am aware of similar relics in the possession of the Ran. However, their magics alter only the appearance of those exposed. A mummer trick, a glamour altogether unlike the phenomenal power of the Tamate Baku we seek. Know that this is no legend, but incontrovertible truth. For the one who created the Tamate Baku of geomancy was a fellow auspice. Like many of us, he had lived long enough to see comrades become consumed by the Aramitama, see them descend into madness and lay waste to the lands they had sworn to protect. And like many of us, he had no choice but to put an end to their rampages. This auspice knew full well that he was destined to share their fate, and so before he too fell from grace, he resolved to craft the Tamate Baku of geomancy, and when his work was complete, he bathed in its magics until he was no more. By the Kami, he chose to die while his mind was still his own. I don't know what to say. Once the true potential of the box was understood, that it could bring death to an auspice, it was decided that it should be placed under rock and key in the swallow compass until we had need of it. However, the Grand Mausoleum of King Ganon has been abandoned to the Shikigami forever, bound to its halls as guardians, and only a warrior of surpassing strength can hope to overcome their trials. Steel yourself, Soroban, until the moment unskilled returns. With the Tamate Baku of geomancy, you must train like you have never trained before. Yes, of course. Okay, you made it, finally. I've only been waiting here forever and a day. But hey, it's not like we've got potential calamity to worry about or anything. Anyway, I've already taken care of the ward sealing the tomb's entrance, so you're free to go in and get the box. But whatever you do, don't open it. Ah, and one more thing. I'll wager they told you about the Shikigami, but forgot to mention that the box itself is guarded by one of us. A tough bugger and a half. But you're a pretty tough bugger yourself, eh? You gave Byako what for, after all. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Swallow's compass. We will enter it in 5 minutes. Be right back. Okay, let's go. Let's go! What? I am alone here? Why? Oh no. I'm not alone. God damn it. Nice. Isn't that guy from League of Legends? Yeah, Dungeon Master, level up. Yes. Okay. Level 73. Deliver the Temet Baku of Geomancy to Gembu. I did it! This one was nice. The last one, because of these guys who were hitting this, I don't know how it's called. Headed for the, yeah, I'm headed for the temple. The gong, yeah. You are returned, and with the Tamate Bako of Geomancy, I gather. Very good, very good. Of course, there was no need to fear for the well-being of the warrior who faced my brother Byako and lived. Let us brook no further delay and make ready for this next stage of Soroban's training. Listen well, everyone, for the magics we are about to unleash are ancient and terrifying. It is exceedingly dangerous, especially for Soroban. I wish you would stop saying that. Yeah, it's just like Emily is telling me, this dungeon is very fun. Yeah, and then I died 10 times. Be at ease, Soroban. Byako will devote his energies to maintain the wards on Koryu's prison while we are occupied. Should you be indisposed for a time, we will manage. And I've been secretly practicing my Arcanima in preparation for a time like this, so don't worry. No matter what happens, we'll be ready. After all, we've each got to do our part if we are going to claim the fabulous riches. I mean, if we are going to save the Ruby Sea from certain doom. Her enthusiasm notwithstanding, I expect we will need to turn to you should this training go awry. Take a moment to see to your equipment and let me know when you're ready to begin. So I guess everything is in order, then let us begin. Now remember, Soroban, once opened, The box will spew forth smoke. Remain still and let it wash over you. Surrender to the magic and let it transform you into an auspice. And you are certain this will be temporary? As honored as I would be to join your ranks, I fear I'm too young to be so old. Come, you lot. Let us retreat to a safer distance. Ha! Goodbye, Soroban. Rest in peace. Cough, hack, wheeze. It's fake, I knew it. Gosh, what a waste of time. There had better be some treasure or something interesting inside. Foolish urchin. Whoa! Was that really necessary? You could just ask me to move nicely. What? What's that look for? Is there something on my face? Oh god. My face, my beautiful face. It feels like I'll go leather left in the sun. Get a hold of yourself, child. You have been aged, nothing more. Be grateful that you were not exposed longer, or you would have surely died. I may as well be dead already. I can bear to go on like this. Did I not tell you before that the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it for a moment. All will be as it was. Bah. Yeah. So preoccupied with the urchin I have been that I completely forgot about Soroban. I hope he has not been overexposed to the magic. If he has been aged to excess, his Aramitama may already be... Grah. Well, that answers that. On your guard, I'm afraid he means to kill us all. He bathed in the Tamate Baku's magic for far longer than the urchin, and so I expect he will not return to normal so quickly. In fact, I dare say he will retain this form long enough to destroy the temple if we do not subdue him. Shazam! With me unskilled, urchin, hold nothing back. Oh my god, look at little Tataru with her little book. She will fight. Oh no, what? Oh, I have to, I have to go behind some shield or something? Oh, come on. I hate these fucking instances. Save me, Tataru! Heal! If you kill Tataru, I'm going to massacre you. Oh my god! Die! Woo! What happened? Why do you all look so exhausted? Exhausted. Oh my dear Soroban, I knew you had potential, but it would seem I grossly underestimated your capacity for chaos. In any case, despite this unexpected turn of events, I should like to declare this training session a success. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves. Truth be told, this comes as a relief, though Soroban's present strength pales in comparison to that of Byaku and myself. We now know for certain that his potential is extraordinary. I struggle to believe I could ever wield such power. All who are strong were once weak, Soroban. I am no exception. Until I met Tenzin, I was no more than the floundering turtle you see before you. You never did tell us how you fell in with him. Ah, well, if you wish to know the details. Long, long ago, when I had lived 100 or so years and had only just begun to become something more, I received my first vision. A terrible calamity, one that would claim the lives of countless innocents, was imminent. But what was a little turtle to do? For a while, I had seen the future with crystal clarity. I was powerless to stop it. I could but look on helpless as cities burned and men died. So it was for centuries until one day. After 500 years, I had grown stronger, more reckless. I believed I could make a difference. So when I foresaw a landslide that would bury a nearby village, I ventured forth to warn the people. Alas, while they were quick to discern I was no common animal, they could make no sense of my panicked flailings. To them, I was a queer dancing turtle, a source of considerable amusement, for I knew not the words of men, and so many warnings fell on deaf ears. It would be no different. Yet again they would die. The people turned and walked away, bored with the fleeting amusement. With a heart fit to burst with sorrow and despair, I made to quit the village. Just then I heard a voice kind and gentle. "Little one, you look troubled. Tell me what burdens you saw." Though I knew he was addressing me, I doubted he would understand. Still, I told him of my vision, of the landslide I knew would bury the village and everyone in it, and my vain attempts to warn them. "Your kindness is only surpassed by your bravery, little one. Fear not, I Tenzin and my comrade Byako shall act in your stead." As Tenzin drew his sword, a great white tiger emerged from the wilds. "Shall we give them a show?" he whispered to the beast, which inclined its massive head ever so slightly in response. They then ran into the center of the village and began to fight as if they were bitter enemies intent on killing one another, blade and fang flashing too fast for the eye to follow. The two broke apart for an instant and Tenzin bellowed, "Hearken to me, this white demon stirs for the blood of man. If you value your lives, flee this place, seek shelter in the next village." Needless to say, the bewildered villagers gathered up whatever was at hand and ran screaming, too terrified to even look back. As the three of us watched them go, I heard the white demon mutter, "You know full well, I have not once tasted man flesh." The village was later destroyed in a landslide, as I had foreseen, but for the first time I had managed to make a difference. Thereafter we became traveling companions and close friends. I shared with them my visions, and together we labored to save those that we could. On the eve of what may perhaps be the greatest calamity I have ever foreseen, I feel Tenzin's absence keenly. Nevertheless, we must carry on. You may not have him, but you've got Unskilled, and you know he's no slouch. Oh, indeed I do, and for this blessing we are grateful beyond measure. Right then, Soroban, we must resume your training at once, ere we forget the lessons of your time as an hospice. Yes, of course. Getting back to it, in that case I should return to the mountain of paperwork in Kugane I've been doing my best to ignore. Oh, and Soroban, I left the takoyaki with Kamaitachi for safekeeping. You're not to get any until you've earned it. When next we call upon you Unskilled, I expect it will be to deal with one of my comrades. Shirk not your own training, for it will not be easy. Under these circumstances, I do not think I will have time to return to Tamamizu for even a short spell. If you would be so kind as to inform the elder. A pleasure, Unskilled. Did you have the chance to visit with Soroban? How fares he with his training? Extraordinary. He has always been diligent and hardworking, but even so, to think he is blessed with such incredible potential, I cannot help but wonder who else among us might be possessed of similar abilities. Yet I understand his trepidation. With great power comes great responsibility, as is often said. We may need to keep closer eye on him to ensure he does not succumb to fear and attempt to flee his training. How kind of you to pay us a visit, Unskilled. How I need to summon you. but a moment ago a certain surly cat returned with another missive addressed to you. See for yourself. Brave adventurer who stood fast and quelled the raging Aramitama of my comrade Biako. The time has come for you to return to Raisin Temple. I presume the auspices of Hell's Lead have need of you once more. If so, give my regards to them and dear Soroban. I hope this is the last one. Headed for the temple or just taking the... Well met, Unskilled, well met, but wait. Where is the little urchin girl of whom I have grown so fond? It would be remiss of us to proceed without her, would it not? Why not summon her with that trinket of yours, your link pearl? Yeah, that's a good idea. The turtle is smart. Hello, Unskilled, is that you? Right now? Very well, if you insist. What wondrous things, these link pearls. Now then, let us wait until your friend arrives. Unskilled, Gembu? Ah, good of you to join us, little urchin girl. You know, there is such a thing as running a joke into the ground. It pleases me to inform you that thanks to your assistance with his training, Soroban's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Ere long, we may count him among our most formidable warriors. Out of curiosity, where is Soroban anyway? Engrossed in a very special exercise, I'm afraid. Trust me when I say he would not want you to see him in his current state. Working up a sweat, no doubt. Glad to hear it. But I called you here not to discuss our coaching friend. The wards have grown weaker, presaging Corius' inevitable escape. Before he breaks free, the four lords must marshal their strength, and so, Unskilled, I must entreat you to quell the raging Aramitama of a dear comrade once more. A fight, is it? That's where our warrior of light shines. Who's his opponent this time? See for yourself. She should be joining us shortly. It has been too long, elder brother. Several hundred years by my reckoning. Am I to assume you have kept your silent vigil all this time, Suzaku? Let us not speak of such things. You bade me come hither for another purpose. That I did. Koryu's words grow weaker by the day, and the calamity he would visit upon us draws nigh. The four lords must rejoin their strength together once more. And to that end, this warrior would unburden my tortured soul. Just so, he is a power far surpassing that of a mortal man. He is heir to the legacy of Tenzin. Brother, how dare you compare this creature to that shining paragon of virtue, of kindness? You sully his memory. And you dare think yourself his equal, his better? Then I will put you to the proof. And when you fall, it will be fate most deserved. Turn back if you would not have it be so, or join me in misery. Compared to Byako, she seems much more angry. The Aramitama feeds upon her grief and fuels her rage. She yet mourns a love lost, but it is not my place to speak. Go to her, brave warrior, and learn the truth of her past. Be right back, let me see what my wife wants. You crave battle then, even if it brings you your death. Out of duty, you pit yourself against enemies even stronger. Without hesitation, without fear, you muster your courage and... No, you are not even a pale shadow of his glory. There was but one man fit to wear the mantle of hero, and he has long since passed from this world. If so, then the Ruby Sea will be consumed by Koryu's fiery judgment, and we, her sworn protectors, will have failed in our duty. Is Tenzin's memory so sacred that you would doom this land out of spite? Oh, Byaku, do you not see? Before I called you brother, I was but a bird who loved a man. Perhaps that was all I was ever meant to be, for I can brook no replacement at my side or in my heart, not so easily as you. Have you forgotten his final moments? How he fought and died to defeat Koryu? How he sacrificed himself before our very eyes? How dare you ask me that? Every detail is forever seared in my mind, sigh, a blackened scar upon my soul. How could I possibly forget? Nor should you, nor will I forget every day we spent together on the road. But to exalt the past over the present, to live life in mourning and never move on is to dishonor his memory. How dare you speak to me of dishonor? You who have opened our home to this pretender. I see him plainly, how he has wormed his way into your hearts, mimicking Tenzin's manner, cloaking himself in his scent, seeking to supplant Tenzin in our minds. Listen to yourself, my sister. The Aramitama has driven you to see Oni in shadows. Let it be quelled before your soul is forever lost. Only to Tenzin will I entrust my soul. Only his love will I accept. Let me help you, you stupid bird. He said, oh Tenzin, very well, but I will brook no delay. I will await you in the depths, in my place of mourning, and when it is ended, I shall mourn you too. Forgive her, unskilled. She is yet consumed by her failure to save Tenzin all those years ago. Her regret is as festering wound. The love she bore him gave her strength once. Alas, through it the Aramitama has found purchase in her soul. It feeds on her grief and despair. It is plain that your presence troubles her as well. She senses your blessing and it reminds her of him. There were moments when she looked on you with a fire in her eyes. When she gives herself to the Aramitama, she may surrender to her delusions as well. If so, do not be alarmed by what she says. Stand fast and free her from her torment. Be warned, she commands many powers, including the ability to manipulate geomantic currents. Only by remaining observant will you survive. Okay. Helskir. this is the best trial of the bunch. I don't like the sound of it. I think we'll be okay. DDR? Dance Dance Revolution. No. I play serious games, Emily. Dance Dance Revolution. Speaking of dance... Okay. Everything is Kaevam. So only the white mage is left. Let's go! Oh my god! Stop screaming, you stupid bird!
Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you! You gave me the strength to rise from the ashes! I could not bear to lose you again!
Oh my god, she's so dramatic. What do we do here? Oh my god. It's really DDR. Jesus Christ.
Please, my love. If only you would listen.
Is she crying?
Why do you do this? All I ever wanted was for you and I to...
Oh my god, she's going to cry. Calm down, stupid bird.
Hearken to my melody.
Hearken to my melody.
Woo! Yeah, especially with the dance routine. How long have I been blinded by this dream, this never-ending nightmare, unable to escape the memory of my beloved? So she loved Tenzin, but she was not a bird. She was a woman, right? I owe you. Ah. But how she turned to a bird? Ah, she was a bird, but she was in love in Tenzin as a bird. I owe you. This is disgusting, Emily. I owe you an apology, brave warrior, as well as my life. In spite of the crude and disrespectful way I treated you, you nevertheless risked your life to free my heart from the terrible delusion which threatened to consume my soul. Oh my god! This is some first-grade zoophilia. For the first time in centuries, I can reflect on my time with the man I so deeply loved without being driven to tears. I was born into this world long, long ago, blessed with crimson plumage that shone like blazing fire in the sun. My form was likened to that of the Firebird of legend, a being said to have the power to confer immortality upon mortal man. Thus was I pursued endlessly by those who yearned to conquer death. To them, to all mankind, I was no more than a means to an end. But Tenzin did not look upon me so. To him I was so much more, and he would become everything to me. Oh my god! Together we traveled, we four lords and the samurai. As comrades in arms, we journeyed the realm, feared at first by many for our nature. But Tenzin, dear Tenzin, would not close his heart to the people's plight. Not once did he hesitate to proffer a helping hand, and one by one he won over those who once cursed and condemned us. Be there Oni at the east to slay, or revenants in the west to exercise. Without hesitation would he bid us rise to the challenge and leave grateful men and women to spread word of our deeds, word which one day reached the ears of a king. It was by the king's order that we battled the mad auspice Koryu. Despite the many deeds to our credit, we four had only lived some few centuries and were no match for our foe. Against the might of Koryu's raging Aramitama, my brothers and I were powerless. But Tenzin, brave Tenzin, he would not be denied. At the last, he unleashed a powerful technique, knowing full well that it would leave him exposed. I watched as the light left his eyes forever. Had I been the Firebird of legend, had I been possessed of the power of immortality, had I been able to rescue him from death's obsidian abyss. And then the cruelest irony of all, centuries later, when I finally went through the change, immortality became mine to command. I can but wonder if my bottomless grief for my beloved made it so. Oh, come on! A bird? The power for which I yearned so desperately that day is now mine. If not to save him, then perhaps to save those for whom Tenzin died. For the memory of my beloved, for his legacy, I shall fight. Let us go and tell Genbu together an unskilled thank you. Oh, I see you are still in one piece. I gather all went well? Rest assured, elder brother, that I am myself once more. You certainly seem different from before, as if a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders. Your face is the very picture of serenity, I'd say. How very perceptive you are, little one. Indeed, I have at long last come to accept the passing of my beloved Tenzin. If she said my beloved one more time, I'm going to kill myself. At long last indeed, but perhaps such prolonged periods of distress are unavoidable when one lives for more than 1,000 years. I myself am no stranger to melancholy. No, my brother, that you most certainly are not. Oh, how forgetful of me. I have yet to see how Soroban's training is coming along. Soroban? Soroban! Wow. Wait, I know this joke, It's a firebird. No, it's an airship. Oh ho ho, no general savvy urchin. For it is, in fact. Soroban. I mean, I expected him in some capacity, but not like this. No one told me that this training would lead to such a radical transformation. Look at me, I'm a giant tortoise. A tortoise. Really? Really? I was wrong. This is the very definition of running a joke into the ground. There's no need for panic, Soroban. You probably just recited the words improperly and offered your body as a vessel for a great tortoise kami. That seems to me like a very, very good reason for panic, unless I will return to normal after a short while, like with Tamate Bako or of geomancy. Well, I cannot say with any significant degree of certainty, but you might regain your original form by the time unskilled quells Seiriu's Aramitama. Might? Might? What is this might? Might is not an acceptable answer. You must be exhausted from your battle with Suzaku, my friend. Perhaps it would be best if you returned to the land above and took a rest. He's right, I doubt we will be needed here for some time, and Soroban seems to be in no mood for company, but be sure to contact me if anything comes up. I had been meaning to return home, even if only briefly, but given my current state, that seems unlikely. If you could go in my stead and tell the elder I am hale and healthy, I would be most grateful. Oh my god, this circus continues. Speak with Bunchin in the... Unskilled. All is well with our friends beneath Hell's lead. What of Soroban? How goes his training? He failed to perform a ritual correctly and was transformed into tortoise, you say? But you are aware that, oh I see, this must be some manner of Eorzean joke. How very amusing. A pity we will not see him again for the foreseeable future, but I will trust it is for the best as before. He should take as much time as required. He is a tortoise after all. Ha ha ha. No, it still makes no sense to me. The entire story makes no sense to me, but that's a different matter. We have learned the emote Okay. Bunching. Okay. Passing through or here for another reason. Regardless, I have tidings from our friends beneath Hell's Lead. Another missive delivered by one of the auspices. A raccoon dog, I believe. It was rather agitated too. I fear matters may be coming to a head. Koryo's wards are on the verge of failure. Return to Raisin Temple at once. Brave warrior, worry not for the urchin. I have sent a message to her as well. Straight to the point, was it? Do not let me keep you then. Let's go to the Raisin Temple again. Headed for the temple or just taking... Okay. Yes, headed for the temple. Good, good. Then let us proceed. You weren't exaggerating, were you? About Koryo's wards? Would that I were. Soroban and my comrades are doing their utmost to maintain them for now, but I fear Koryo will not be denied. Even now, I do not understand. I was certain we had more time to prepare. But worrying over my mistake will avail us nothing. Only the strength of the four lords united will see us through this crisis. Only together can we hope to renew the wards and keep Koryo in his prison. It falls to you, Unskilled, to quell the Aramitama of our comrade Seryu. Will you do this for us, brave warrior? I doubted that you would agree, but I am nevertheless relieved. The last of our quartet is perhaps the most formidable among us, for in battle he commands a great host of Shiki. You'll see this yourself soon enough, but for now we must wait patiently. Nay, Genbu, you need wait no longer. We are come sooner than expected, comrade. I trust your messenger informed you of the dire circumstances. Then you know what must be done. This warrior Unskilled will face you in battle, and as he did Suzaku and Byaku before you. Very well, but not here, for this is a temple, not a battlefield. To the east of Hingashi is an island I have claimed as my own. There we may wreak havoc to our heart's content. It's far from this place, but a warrior such as you would not balk at a lengthy swim, I trust. Perhaps not, but it would needlessly tire him before the trial. I will use my command of the flowing waters to speed his way. If it means I am spared of the burden of looking after him, then I'm all for it. We shall gather at the Isle of Beku first, and from there begin our journey. Urchin, while I am away, I leave you in charge. Yes, sir, Tiny Turtle, sir. I'll keep a close eye on the others while they work their magics or whatever it is they're doing. am unskilled, was it? I see why Genbo favors you. You are not like him, that much is plain. Tenzin too was possessed of a quiet confidence, a well-deserved one at that. When he met his foes in battle, blade in hand, he was magnificent. As well, you should know, having been bested by him in a single combat, which was why you chose to join us, was it not? I vowed to surpass him, and from that day forward trained tirelessly to hone my skills that I might claim victory in a rematch, only to be forever denied the chance when Koryu struck him down. By the time I had become a full-fledged auspice worthy of the Four Lords, there was no one left to fight. My vow was broken, my purpose lost. Seiryu. But the whispers within told me of another. They promised me redemption, vengeance, by destroying the fiend that robbed us of all, robbed the soul of Tenzin long ago. Whispers, brother, no, you mustn't. The strength to lay Koryu low can be yours, if you but give voice to me. If you but let me lead the way, and so I have, brother. I have embraced the Aramitama. Folly, all know not to trust its honeyed words and false promises, and yet you would surrender to it, body and soul, perchance forevermore. Turn back, brother, I beg of you, before it is too late and you fall to the primal rage and become a broken shell like Koryu. Think you know not what is it? Think you I know not what is it at stake? If I must become a demon to slay another, then I do so gladly. My vow demands it. Only by embracing the Aramitama will we ever rid ourselves of Koryu. This I know. You will not sway me from this path, warrior. I will quell your Aramitama one way or another. I see you two are committed to your cause. Hardly surprising, given that you fought Byako and Suzaku. Then we shall forego further debate and let the battle determine who is right and who is dead. Yeah, that's a nice expression. This is indeed a troubling development. In embracing the Aramitama, the Shiki he commands may pose a far greater threat. Nevertheless, our purpose is unchanged. You must show him the error of his ways, unskilled, and save him from his primal rage. Wreath of Snakes. We will do it probably tomorrow. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'll fill out the map. You're suffering from some kind of OCD. Just admit it. No, it's bothering you, I'm sure. You're like, oh my god, he hasn't filled out the map. Oh my god, he hasn't filled out the map. I'm gonna faint. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow us swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Tamai. Oh god, I have unfilled map here too. Oh my god. I'll do it tomorrow, I promise. Okay, I'll do it now. Seriously, Emily, I wonder how many years with Ross? 13 years. Oh my god. This man is a hero. Aww. Okay. That's all for today. Thank you all for being with me. Thank you, Emily, for being with me. And we'll see each other tomorrow, 6 p.m. GMT +3. Be here or be square. Good night and be safe. Bye.